The show is about to begin. Please be seated. Can I have everybody's attention, please? We request you to please be seated now. The show is about to begin.
Start the music. أصحاب السعادة أصحاب السعادة والسماحة، سيداتي وسادتي، أبنائي وبناتي، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أرحب بكم في المنتدى السادس لمبادرة الأديان من أجل الأطفال. اسمي حمد الحمادي من تحالف الأديان لأمن المجتمعات. مرحبا بكم في بلدكم الثاني دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. يشرفني أن أكون عريف الحفل لهذه الجلسة. يرافقني زميلي الدكتور مصطفى يوسف علي الأمين العام للشبكة العالمية للأديان من أجل الأطفال. مرحبا بك دكتور مصطفى.
Thank you, Hamad. Eminences, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the GNRC 6 Forum. My name is Mustafa Yusuf Ali. I am the Secretary General of the GNRC. I am pleased to welcome you all to the GNRC 6 Forum. In 2017, we gathered in Panama City, Panama for the GNRC 5th Forum under the theme Ending Violence Against Children, Faith Communities in Action, a forum that reaffirmed our shared commitment to building a better world for children. For the next 3 days from today, we come together once again here in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates for the GNRC 6 Forum. Under the theme, The Child is Calling, Interfaith Cooperation to Build a Hopeful World for Children, with 900 participants joining us in person and virtually. The child is calling, and it is our shared moral duty to answer to this call.
والآن ندعوكم لمشاهدة فيلم قصير عن الرحلة إلى أبو ظبي.
La GNRC ha tomado como bastión la defensa de nuestros niños, niñas y adolescentes contra la violencia.
Para poder vivir en una sociedad en paz, pues necesitamos también un entorno que sea consono con la protección también del medio ambiente. Los niños son nuestra primera, en el caso de la fe Bahá'í, son nuestra principal foco de atención. Su formación, su protección, su guía, su empoderamiento es lo que, en lo que nosotros nos enfocamos.
You know the story of the GNRC. It started in Japan, then Switzerland, then followed by Panama, and now in Abu Dhabi.
الشكر الجزيل والشكر العميق للإمارات العربية المتحدة التي بذل الكثير في إقامة هذه المنتدى، وبذل الكثير أيضا في نجاح هذا الاجتماع الذي يدعو إلى توحيد صفوف الأمة من دون التفرقة بين المذاهب وبين الأديان.
It is now my pleasure to welcome Ms. Ghaya, a child representative of the GNRC Children Advisory Group from the United Arab Emirates, to address us. Welcome, Ms. Ghaya.
Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, and dear friends, good morning. I'm Ghaya, known as Green Ghaya, who just turned 14 last month. I welcome all of you here to the United Arab Emirates, your second home. It's both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as a child of this great nation, deeply passionate about the issues that unite us here today, which is safety, security, and sustainability for all children. I will start my speech by asking a simple question. What is a child? Well, a child is not just an individual. A child represents the love, dreams, and sacrifices of a family that consists of a mother, father, sisters, and siblings. When we protect a child, we safeguard the foundation of our communities, our nations, and our shared future. The UAE has long believed that the children are not The UAE has long believed that the children are the cornerstone of a nation's prosperity and peace. Guided by the wisdom of our founding father, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, may peace be upon him, who said, "The nation's strength lies in the health and education of its people, and it's the children who are the real wealth of a nation." We gather here today to uphold this vision and discuss the critical issues that shape our future. Every child, regardless of their birthplace, their backgrounds, deserve to grow up in a safety, with access to education, and in a sustainable world. When a child thrives, a family thrives. And when a family thrives, the communities prosper and nations prosper. As a young person and a child in this country, I have experienced how the UAE leadership tirelessly worked to create opportunities for all children in all fields. The UAE has successfully created an environment where children are empowered to dream big and build a brighter future. Yet, we cannot ignore the challenges that children face today. Climate change, violence, lack access to education, inequality to healthcare threaten the safety and security of children everywhere. These are not problems a single country can solve alone. We require a global collaboration, which is why seeing you all here today, leaders, change makers, and advocates, fills me with hope. I stand before you not only as Green Ghaya, but as a voice for countries and for countless children around the world who are counting on us to act now. The time to make a difference is now, not just for the children of today, but the leaders for tomorrow. So as we move forward in this forum, let's create a future where safety, security, and sustainability are guaranteed for all children, and no one is left behind. Thank you for your commitment, your vision, and your dedication in this forum. And we are on a mission to save the children of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ghaya. Let's give us a hard round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to welcome the chairman of the GNRC 6 Forum International Organizing Committee, Mr. Kul Gautam. former UNICEF Deputy Executive Director, to deliver his opening remarks. Welcome, Cole.
Good morning, esteemed and venerable religious leaders, excellencies, Reverend Miyamoto, President of Arigatou International and the convening chair of this GNRC forum, and Madam Dana Humaid, the President of the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities, co-chair of the IOC, and our wonderful host. Distinguished participants, dear children, a warm welcome to all of you at the 6th Global Forum of the Global Network of Religions for Children. The motto of this conference says, "The child is calling," and we are gathered here to respond to their call, to help build a more hopeful world for children. Now let us first understand, what are the children calling for? We just heard a passionate call from the first child representative, Ms. Gaia, from our Children's Advisory Committee with her passionate appeal. We have dozens of other children attending this forum and from many countries around the world. Yesterday, they completed their own children's forum. They represent the voices and views of children from all around the world, from developed countries and developing countries, from peaceful and war-torn countries. They speak many languages and follow different religions, but they all share some common dreams and aspirations. We will hear their call directly from them throughout this forum, but we can guess what their fervent call and appeal will be. Children everywhere wish and deserve to enjoy tender, loving care of their parents and neighbors, to live a healthy life, to play and get an education, to get gainful employment when they grow up, to be good citizens of their community, to live up to their full potential, and above all, to live in a peaceful world with dignity. Is that too much to ask? They are not asking for the moon. I trust none of us thinks they are demanding too much or expecting too much. But alas, ladies and gentlemen, for most children in the world, even their simplest wishes, which should be considered their fundamental human rights, seem utterly unattainable. But why? Why are they unattainable? Perhaps some of us will blame politicians for neglecting the best interest of children. Perhaps others will blame businessmen and the private sector, their greed, for ignoring the well-being of children. Yet others might blame the UN agencies and NGOs for not doing enough. But how about us, the faith communities and the religious leaders of the world? This is a conference about building a better world for children through interfaith cooperation. So let us dive deeply into what we, the faith communities and religious leaders, can do to respond to the call of the child. We will hear again and again at this conference that all our religions celebrate the sanctity of childhood. That is true. We will proclaim with pride that our holy books call for love, peace, compassion, brotherhood, not quite sisterhood, and friendship. And that is also true. But notwithstanding what the Holy Scriptures and our great prophets say, in the real world, far too many wrongs are committed, injustice justified, cruelties and indifference to the plight of women and children accepted, often in the name of religion. Not too far from here, there is a country where girls are not allowed to go to school and women are not allowed to pray or even speak in public in the name of religion. Many of us come from countries where children face discrimination based on caste or creed, race, and ethnicity, again, often in the name of religion. Recently, we saw leaders of several industrialized countries acknowledging and apologizing for the large number of children of indigenous communities who were separated from their parents and mistreated in places of worship. Millions of children are married around the world in ceremonies officiated by local priests in the name of religion. Millions of girls still undergo the medieval practice of female genital mutilation in the name of religion. In our history, many wars have been fought and crusades and jihads justified in the name of religion. Right now, we are witnessing deaths of children, an unimaginable large-scale destruction of schools, places of worship in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Sudan, in Myanmar, in Haiti, and elsewhere. The toxic mix of politics and religion is a blot on our human civilization. Quotations from holy scriptures and teachings of great prophets are of little consolation to the millions of children who face the daily reality of such violence, abuse, exploitation, and discrimination. Of course, we will rightly say that such mistreatment of children is not sanctioned by our religion, but is a harmful traditional practice based on superstition and misinterpretation of religion. But to the vast majority of the world's population, religion is what is preached and practiced by their local priests, imams, pundits, rabbis in their daily lives. And what is written in ancient scriptures and what is preached by distant prophets is far away. But dear friends, despite many such harmful traditional practices, overall, the goodness and the positive inspiration that religion can bring in the world is immense. That is why we are all gathered here today to harness the power and potential of religion for the well-being of children. The children attending this forum are calling on religious leaders to please impress upon your fellow local priests to abide by the holy teachings of your faith and do no harm. The children are also calling on the rest of us, secular leaders of governments, civil society, the media, and other walks of life to honor the commitments we have made in signing international conventions, human rights treaties, and the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. Dear friends, Arigatou International has prepared this multi-religious study on the Convention on the Rights of the Child that shows that the rights enshrined in this world's most universally ratified convention are fully compatible with world's major religions. Arigatou has also prepared this manual, Learning to Live Together, that showed how people, especially children, professing different faiths and cultures, can live in peace and harmony if we, the adults, show them the right way and guide them the right way. The common enemies of children are poverty, violence, and climate crisis, all of which can be addressed through the pursuit of sustainable development goals. And to educate and motivate children, Arigatou, in partnership with many organizations that are present here, has also prepared an SDG Academy for children, a model of which can be found just outside here, we'll see later today. Together with our gracious host and very special partner, the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities, we are gathered here to help build a safe, secure, and sustainable world for children. And let me take this opportunity to most sincerely thank the Interfaith Alliance and the government of the UAE for your super generous hospitality and partnership. I would also like to thank all members of the International Organizing Committee who have provided great guidance in preparing for this forum. Dear friends, at the end of this forum, let us come out with an Abu Dhabi declaration and a plan of action to implement it that commits all of us to build a truly hopeful world for children. In the next 3 days, I count on all of us to put our hearts and minds together to try to come up with the best ideas to help to build such a helpful, hopeful world for children. I trust we will all agree that there is no task, no cause that is more noble, that is more urgent, and that is more worthy of interfaith cooperation than building a world that is safe, secure, and sustainable for all God's children. Thank you very much, and good luck, and let's have a great, productive tonight. Ohio gozaimasu. Thank you.
Thank you, Cool. We call him just by his first name, Cool. We will now have a special presentation by a Japanese flower master, Ikebana. Thank you. Before we proceed, let us pause for a moment to reflect on the symbol of hope and peace, the origami crane. This traditional Japanese art form where a single sheet of paper is folded into the delicate shape of a crane carries profound meaning. Rooted in Japanese culture, the origami crane represents perseverance and the unwavering human spirit in the pursuit of peace. As a heartfelt gesture, the Miyochikai family has prepared 60,000 cranes. 60,000 cranes. To inspire and remind us of this noble pursuit of seeking peace. The idea behind making 60,000 origami cranes came from Reverend Keiichi Miyamoto, the leader of Miyochikai. With this inspiration in our hearts, Your Excellencies, Eminences, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is now my distinguished honor to introduce to you the President of Arigatou International and convener of the Global Network of Religions for Children, Reverend Keiichi Miyamoto, to deliver his speech. The President will speak in Japanese, so please prepare your headsets for simultaneous interpretation. Welcome, Reverend Miyamoto.
Thank you very much. 本日、ここ、アブダビにご参集いただきました、すべての方々、また、オンラインでご参加いただいている方々に、心より感謝を申し上げます。また、今回のフォーラム開催にご尽力いただきました安全なコミュニティのための諸宗教連合、フォーラム国際開催委員会の皆様に重ねて感謝申し上げます。今回は世界67カ国から同志であるGNRC メンバーが来られていると聞いています。あなたたちの活動が今日までの GNRC を支えています。子どものために活動されている中での経験や英知をぜひ今回のフォーラムで生かしていただくことを強く願っています。1990年10月12日、GNRC の母体であるありがとうインターナショナルは生まれました。明智会という仏教系の団体がさらなる平和活動を推進するためには、平和の使者である子どもの救済が急務であると思い、創立しました。しかし、誕生までの過程は決して平坦ではありませんでした。設立時のスタッフは、私と今、事務局長代行を務めている岩崎の2人だけでありました。明智会施設の地下2階にある倉庫を借り、事務所にしました。また、私は世界の子どもの環境や実態を改めて学ぶために、 通常の仕事の後、日本ユニセフ協会へ毎日通いました。そのような中でも必ずできると信じられたのは、父である宮本武康氏の叱咤激励と、物心両面で支援くださった明治会の会員のおかげです。ありがとうインターナショナルの活動の中で痛感しましたのは、世界中の同じ志を持つ宗教者や組織との協力連携の必要性でした。GNRC の誕生です。GNRC の特徴は、ネットを使用した意見交換や情報交換でした。まだインターネットが整備されてない時代でしたので、理解されることは容易なことではありませんでした。GNRC を立ち上げ、理解を深めてもらうために、2000年5月に第1回フォーラムを東京で開催しました。準備のために世界の宗教者や組織に赴き、賛同を求めた結果、おかげさまで世界中から同志が参集し、熱のこもった意見交換がなされました。思った以上の成果で手応えを持ちました。フォーラム終了後、参加者の中からコーディネーターを集うと、GNRC の今後の在り方、進め方を模索するために何度も集まってくれました。メンバー全員の子どもへの強い願いと、GNRC へ献身的奉仕をいただいたおかげで、ネットワークは急速に拡大しました。また、ユニセフやその他の団体からの応援もあり、GNRC は着実に歩み始めました。第2回フォーラムをジュネーブ、第3回を広島、第4回をタンザニア、第5回をパナマで開催し、その都度新たな取り組みを打ち出してきました。フォーラムの間にもさまざまなことがありましたが、特に2002年、ありがとうインターナショナル総裁であられた宮本武康氏の国連での演説は、ありがとうインターナショナル GNRC の活動に大きな足跡とさらなる発展の力になりました。そして今、ここアブダビでのフォーラムを迎えることになりました。今日まで支えてくれたすべての人々、今は亡き友人たち、あなたたちのおかげで今があります。とても言葉では言い尽くことができません。心から感謝申し上げます。今回のフォーラムは、今日までの同志の願いと献身を基盤に開催され、これを受け継ぐ今回の参加者の強い志により、子どものための宗教協力がさらに広がり強固になると信じています。そしてそれが世界の子どもたちの希望につながることを切に祈っております。ご清聴ありがとうございました。 ありがとうございました。
We thank you, Your Excellency, Reverend Miyamoto, for your inspiring work and speech. Thank you so much, and for the great efforts that Arigato is doing. We are honored to collaborate with you in this conference and this forum for the children and the purpose for the children. Now we excuse you all just to remain seated. We're waiting for our guest of honor to arrive, and we will continue our program just in a few minutes, please. Just to, for those who didn't hear about the group photo, we will have a group photo to take with our guest of honor. So when he will finish his speech, we will have a group photo. Everyone, the international organizing committee will be with a guest of honor. All the participants will stand, rotate, look at the camera, and we'll take the photo from that camera at the end. Your Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Cabinet Member, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence. Your Eminences, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my sons and daughters, I would like to welcome you all to the Global Network of Religions for Children 6th Forum, GNRC. It is my distinguished honor to welcome now His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan to deliver the opening speech. Your Excellency.
Excellencies, honored guests, and foreign participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome all of you to the GNRC 6th Forum here in Abu Dhabi and the United Arab Emirates. I begin by expressing my thanks and gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Said bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior, for his kind invitation to join you in this forum. I am honored to support this noble vision of preserving human dignity and building a better future for all citizens of the world. I'm also delighted to welcome all of you. In particular, I offer a special welcome to those of you who are visiting our country from abroad. Beyond the satisfaction offered by this forum, many remarkable sites and activities in Abu Dhabi will provide you, hopefully, great pleasure and joy to see you. I hope that you will find the time to explore our capital city in your busy schedule. I know that the speeches and the conversations today and tomorrow at this global forum will stimulate creative thinking about effective ways to advance interfaith cooperation to build a hopeful world for our children. In the United Arab Emirates, we share your concern for the welfare and well-being of children. Since the birth of our nation in 1971, we have acted on the belief of our nation's founder, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, who declared that our essential responsibility is to prepare our children for a bright and successful and rewarding future. His Highness the President, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, has made the safety and the well-being of children one of our most important national priorities. With the President's leadership and guidance, our focus on the intellect, skills, and development of our young girls and boys is complemented by our careful attention to their health and happiness and to ensuring that they have optimal opportunities to succeed in their life. The mother of our nation and presidents of our Supreme Council for Motherhood and Childhood Her Highness Sheikh Fatima bint Mubarak continually expresses her deep conviction that when our young people are empowered to reach their full potential, they strengthen our society. In the UAE, we believe firmly that to embrace excellence and achievement for our young people is to embrace life itself. Our country is fully committed to the goals of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Since the enactment of the convention 35 years ago, far fewer children worldwide die at an early age, and more are realizing their right to education, health care, and a better quality of life. Nevertheless, UN statisticians tell us of the needless death of so many millions of young children every year, and of the absence of schooling for many, many millions of young girls and boys. We cannot ignore the plight of those unfortunate children. The moral imperative inspires all of us at this forum as we engage in an informed dialogue and discuss innovative ideas and solutions that might actually provide a better future for all children. At this forum, interfaith dialogue and cooperation has great potential for building a hopeful world for children. You demonstrate that by thinking and working together. We can collectively reach the promise that human ingenuity offers for a peaceful and prosperous future for all. You show that interfaith cooperation and common ground are possible when we come to know one another as equal and as champions of global peace and well-being for all. As an ancient proverb states, it takes a village. It takes a village to raise a child. In this forum, you proclaim that the interfaith community is one such a village. This particular village is focused on building partnerships with colleagues in the region and around the world to promote attitudes and actions that help secure a safe and a better future for all children. The villagers, all of you, are motivated to do the work needed in order for all of the world children to enjoy their full rights on par with their peers. Ladies and gentlemen, the presence of such an array of eminent participants from many countries in this forum demonstrates that child well-being is a global concern. Let us vow to give all children around the world the power to voice their aspirations and to realize their full potential. Let us vow to give all children around the world a healthy life and a sound education. All of us here have lived into adulthood and have benefited from proper diet, health care, and education along the way. We have cherished aspirations that we have been able to voice and to realize in our active and productive lives. Humankind has no right to withhold the possibility of such life from millions of children. On the contrary, we have an obligation to make such lives possible. You at this global forum are addressing that obligation. Your actions will enable more of the world's neglected children to join in realizing a better future. I admire your dedication, your industry, and your generosity in helping desperately sick, malnourished, and uneducated children around the world. Please be assured that we in the United Arab Emirates are always ready to join in these constructive initiatives and efforts. You have my best wishes. May God's peace, compassion, and blessing be with you all. May He help us to unleash the power we all have to make the world a better place for our children. Thank you very much for being here on this great forum. Thank you and God bless you all.
Your Excellency, we request, thank you so much, Your Excellency, and we request Your Excellency to remain on the stage, and we invite Reverend Kishi Miyamoto, Dana Hamid, and the children with our International Organization Committee to be on the stage for the group photo. I kindly ask all participants to raise and turn around for the photo. Just children and International Organization Committee to join this group. The participant, you will be on the same photo, but from your seat. Just raise and turn around to the photo. International Organization Committee. And I was with we request please everyone to return to his seat. We remain we request everyone to return to his seat, please. Please take your seat back. Children from the left side here, left side of the stage. نستأذن الجميع للجلوس في مقاعدهم. نستأذن الجميع للجلوس في مقاعدهم لاستمرار الحفل. نستأذن الجميع للجلوس مقاعدهم للاستمرار بالحفل، نستأذن الجميع للجلوس في مقاعدهم ونشكر معالي الشيخ نهيان بن مبارك آل نهيان. شكرا سيدي على تشريفكم. والآن أصحاب السعادة نسأل ونطلب الجميع نستأذن الجميع للجلوس في مقاعدهم. أصحاب السعادة والسماحة، سيداتي وسادتي، أبنائي وبناتي، يسرني الآن أن أرحب أصحاب السعادة 10 مرات. يسرني ويشرفني أن أدعو سعادة دانا حميد المدير التنفيذي لتحالف الأديان لأمن المجتمعات لإلقاء كلمتها الافتتاحية في أبو ظبي، والضيف والمضيف لهذا الحدث.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. So I'm lucky to have witnessed the great opening remarks from everybody. But I'm also at a position of disadvantage. How can I follow such wise words that everybody addressed the crowd with today? So let me do something different. I want to talk to the children right now, because the earlier remarks were addressed to the faith leaders, asking you and expecting from you what's going to happen in the next few days. I want to speak on behalf of the children and to the children. I want to thank every child that has made the journey to come here, and every Emirati child who have hosted their brothers and sisters from around the world. I had the privilege of witnessing the work that took place 3 days ago. And I want to say that I am floored by the wisdom of those children, their independence, I was floored by their wisdom. I was floored by their independence. I was very touched the way they connected with each other, the way they became brothers and sisters across 3 days, and the way they have so much to tell us. Yesterday, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Interior, stopped by to see the children in the breakout room that they were gathered in. And the children spoke to him about their right to live, to play, to educate, to receive ample health services, and to be able to have a platform to speak from. I know that in our schedule with the organizing committee and with everybody who helped us put this together, we made sure that panels have children participation in them. But what I'm calling children to do today, and this is to you, my sons and daughters, all of you, make your voice heard. Whatever you worked on in the past 3 days, this is the time to talk about it. Don't get intimidated by people. I know it might get that way sometimes. And I know sometimes with the setup on the stage or the way everything is set, maybe you will feel like your voice comes next or second, but it doesn't. It comes first. I'm very proud of you. Please show me the same resilience and the same courage you showed me 3 days ago. Please do that. Don't allow your voice to be muffled or muted. Please share what you worked very hard with your amazing facilitators to put together. Thank you so much. Welcome to my country, which is your country as well. We're very proud to have you here. It is my absolute honor that Arigatou chose Abu Dhabi to be the destination for their GNRC. We wanted this to happen years ago, but the pandemic came in its place. And now we have the opportunity to do this. Please have an open heart. Please extend support to each other and let us have an environment of sharing and love and kindness amongst us, the way I know you are all capable of, because I've been working with all of you since 2018, learned so much from you and changed a lot as a person, thanks to your leadership. So let's do that. Let's have a successful GNRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana, for your inspiring speech. Now I would like to welcome Emma to give a few guidelines before we go to the break. So Emma, please.
Hello. Hi, welcome everyone. My name is Emma. I work for Arigatou International, and today I'm here as a child safeguarding focal point, along with my colleague Abir, who will be joining us in a couple of minutes. I've come on stage to give some recommendations, so bear with me. Arigatou International and the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities are committed to keeping children safe and protected. We have a zero-tolerance policy regarding child abuse, mistreatment, or lack of care that results in actual or potential harm to the child's dignity or well-being. We are committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of every child engaged in all activities. Last night, you should have all received a code of conduct that we have requested for you to sign. And this means that we have given you some recommendations and you are adhering to these guidelines. Children that are present today, they know that all adults participating in the forum are expected to listen attentively when approached for conversations or if a child needs help, take everything shared by children seriously, never cause any physical harm or distress, communicate calmly and respectfully at all times, avoid meeting alone with a child in a private or unobservable location, refrain from any physical contact that makes a child uncomfortable, always obtain consent before any physical contact, even if it seems harmless, such as a pat on the back, a pat on the shoulder. Always seek permission before taking photos, sharing stories, or distributing any content online. including when you interact with them. Please do not engage in taking pictures unless they give their explicit consent. And never request personal contact information from any children. I'm about to be over. You must not expose children to distressing, inappropriate, or obscene materials, language, and behavior. You must not minimize children's concerns and feelings, engage in bullying, coercive, threatening, humiliating, or degrading behavior, discriminate, stereotype, or prejudge children, develop inappropriate relationships, or be alone with a child out of direct sight, share personal contacts, or connect with children on personal social media. Please don't do this. Show favoritism, place children in unsafe situations, ignore inappropriate behavior, rely on your good reputation to protect you from any complaints or allegations, and you must not engage in any form of sexual contact, abuse, or harassment. Just to be done, if you were to have any of you any concern at any point of any safeguarding breaching, please come to me. Later today, I will have another distinctive badge, but please come to me, green earrings, long hair, with any concern. Just to me, we will know how to react. Your responsibility here, all of you, is to report any concern. This is your utmost responsibility today. And if I'm not around, you can come to Abir. So I'm gonna ask Abir to come to the stage, because we have been working 3 days together. She has said it to myself, we are one. So if any concern, if I'm not around, she's around. We will know how to best protect children and how to best react to your report.
Good morning, everyone. This is Abir Al-Hamadi. I'm presenting Ministry of Interior, Child Protection Center. I have the role of safeguard officer to protect the child, make them safe, secure, and feel comfortable in their second home in here. The 3 past days were amazing. We had no incidents. Everyone was happy. So I just want to announce that Ministry of Interior Child Protection Center has established a smart mechanism system that all the childs around the UAE, either citizen or visitors, can raise any cases if they are getting abused. We have the smart mechanism system have 4 channels. I would like to talk about the 2 channels, which are Himayati application. It can be read in Arabic and English. You can download it through App Store or Android. And the second channel is the hotline section, which is under the number of 11611. In case of any incident or any abuse you can see around the child here in UAE, you can call this number or can raise it through the Himayati application. So welcome to your second home and wish you all the best. Please be safe, secure, and all around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abir and Emma. And now I would like to announce that we have a coffee break, and you need to take a good dose of coffee because we have a long day. So please enjoy the break. And we gather here again at 11:25. We're starting in this same plenary session. Thank you so much. 11:25. Good time for break.
Can we all please move to the break area? We need to reset for the next session.
Attention, please. Attention, please. Could you please just, yeah, please. Thank you. Um, yeah. Attention, please. Could you please kindly leave the room because we want to set up for the next session. Attention, please.
Hello, everybody. Can I please ask you to go outside and enjoy the coffee and the snacks and the breakfast? We have to set up the room, so we need the room to be empty. It is on your right. Please enjoy the coffee and tea. There is also some outdoor space if you want to go. We just need the room to be empty, please. There are breakout rooms to the left and to the right. If you could help me, please, so I can set up the room for the next session. Thank you so much. That's better. Take coffee and tea, not go out.
Hello. Hello, we'll come back again after the coffee break. I would like to welcome Ms. Bani Dugal, the principal representative of Baha'i International Community to the UN and co-chair of the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Community, to come to the stage, please.
Good morning, everyone. So we are moving into the substantive area of the second plenary, building a safe world with children. Every child needs safety and a sense of belonging. Every child longs for environments characterized by love, trustworthiness, stability, and protection. Every child depends on meaningful connection with constant caregivers and a community in which they can find belonging and friendship. And every child dreams of a future where they have a sense of purpose, where their unique talents and qualities can be fully realized. Friends, we heard this morning some very inspiring talks about children and the responsibilities of faith leaders and caregivers. Now, this session is going to focus, as I said, on building a safe world with children. We are going to start by hearing a special message from Ms. Catherine Russell, Executive Director of UNICEF.
Hello, friends and colleagues. It's an honor to address this important global network of religions for children forum. In the coming 30 years, an estimated 4.2 billion children could be born into this world, a world where the impacts of crises such as conflict and climate change might continue to deny children their rights as enshrined in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The Convention, which is the most widely ratified human rights treaty, sets out the distinct rights and responsibilities for children that must be protected and respected. It's not easy to be a child in today's world. We live in a time that requires steadfast support in raising awareness and mobilizing support for the rights of every child everywhere. At UNICEF, we believe in uniting for children and in amplifying their voices to strengthen global collaboration to deliver on child rights. You are a shining example of doing just that. As the global network of religions for children approaches a quarter century of interfaith collaboration and dialogue in the service of children everywhere, we commend your efforts. You are showing leadership in uniting diverse religious perspectives around shared values, a world where children can survive and thrive. Together, we can shape a better future for generations to come.
Thank you. The children had a 3-day pre-forum and they prepared for you a short video. And here are the highlights of the 3-day pre-forum that children had. Thank you.
So that seems to have been 3 days of a lot of fun and learning and sharing. And we are going to now hear from the children themselves and we'll ask them to present the outcomes from the 3 days pre-forum. And they have called it Tasks Outside the Box. So dear children, the ones who are presenting, please come on up to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Hamid Khalid Al-Qasimi, the president of the Emirati Children's Parliament and a graduate of the pre-forum that was attending and the Supreme Council for Motherhood and Childhood. Today, we have a special show from our graduate students about the pre-forum and what they learned. We hope you enjoy. Thank you.
السلام عليكم عيالي، ايش حالكم؟ شو اخباركم؟ شو سويتوا؟
ما شاء الله عليكم يا احفادي، كبرتوا وحلويتوا وقمتوا تدشون مؤتمرات كبيرة. شو سويتوا في أول يوم؟
In the beginning, we met people from different culture, religions, and backgrounds.
Oh, okay.
And we started the first activity, which is the Clouds of Hope. And we wrote our expectations and what we were going to do on these past years.
The most important key message we learned is that 1 + 1 = 1 because we are all family and connected.
In the desert, we explored UAE culture and traditions, learning about different aspects from their food to their falcons. Honoring and respecting our differences, highlighting and celebrating our cultures is the first big step to creating a better world.
Amazing. What did you do on the second day?
On the second day, we started our conversations on sustainability, security, and safety. We focused on 3 main case studies featuring 3 children experiencing 3 different conflict situations, and we were put in the position of stakeholders and teachers and the likes.
Hi, my son. How are you? What did you do in the second day?
The second day evening, we went to the super exciting Sea World in Abu Dhabi. It's nevertheless a heaven for marine animals. It is a place where all the marine creatures which were wounded or injured are taken into this place, and once they are completely all right and are cured, they are led back into the ocean or sea. It is a rehabilitation center. I want this kind of sea world throughout the world so that all the marine creatures feel safe, secure, and sustainable. I think so, and we all think so, that by doing this kind of activity, we can protect our environment. By protecting our environment, we can give a better world for our children.
Amazing.
Sheikha, what did you do in the second day?
In the second day, we did a lot of activities that were talking about the three main ideas, which are sustainability, safety, and security. This is an example of an activity we did about safety. This is Aisha, and she has a bag, which we should write in it ingredients that form a safe and secure environment. We also learned that each one of us has an important role in their environment through the activity of a spider web, because if anybody of us let go of their part from the spider web, the whole spider web will get ruined.
يعطيك العافية. أهلا خالد، حالك؟ شو أمورك؟ سويت بآخر يوم؟
آخر يوم شرفنا واستانسنا بزيارة رئيس وزارة الداخلية سمو الشيخ سيف بن زايد آل نهيان. تكلمنا معاه، أعطيناه الاقتراحات اللي كانت عندنا، وأيضا قلنا الأسرة هي أهم شيء في الحياة هذه عقب الوطن، فلازم الشخص يمثل أسرته ويمثل وطنه.
وبعد عشان تعرف ان قيادتنا الرشيده تهتم للطفل ولهذه الامور. اسراء، شو سويتي باخر يوم؟
اليوم الثالث تعرفنا على السيد مياموتو، رئيس منظمة أريغاتو الدولية والمنسق العام لشبكة الأديان العالمية. حدثنا وخبرنا عن إنه كيف نثبت إيماننا بقوة الإيمان والتعاون والدعاء رغم كل الأشياء العصيبة والموحشة اللي بيعيشها العالم اليوم. فمن خلال هاي الأمور إحنا بنقدر نبني عالم مستدام وآمن ومستقر لجميع الأطفال.
وانتي يا آمنة شو سويتي؟ صح يا دون، احنا استانسنا هالثلاث أيام وايد، والحين سوينا لكم هالعرض عشان نراويكم الثلاث أيام اللي سوينا فيها. أهم شيء استانستوا؟
أهم شيء استفدتوا؟
The children are calling.
Respuesta. உத்தரவு.
உத்தரவு.
குழந்தைகளாகிய நாங்கள் அழைக்கிறோம்.
Réponds.
أجيبونا.
1 2 3 answer us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your insights and for the lessons we can all learn. I have learned that 1.1 plus 7 billion is also one. We are one human family. So thank you to the children for those. We are now moving to the keynote addresses. And we are first going to hear from a group of children that have prepared some PowerPoint presentations, and they're going to present us with a keynote address from them. And then we have a special guest who will also share a keynote address.
Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed facilitators, chaperones, and fellow colleagues, good morning. It's the first day. Good morning. My name is Jaskiran Kaur Matharu. I come from Kenya, and I'm a Sikh by religion. I'm a member of the GNRC 6th Forum Children Advisory Group. It is both a privilege and a profound responsibility to stand before you today at this critical moment in our collective effort to protect and uplift the most vulnerable members of our society, children. In this room today, we stand united with the shared purpose. We stand united with the singular mission to create a world where no child suffers needlessly, where every child is protected from harm and every child is given the chance to grow, to learn, and to thrive with dignity. However, as much as we celebrate the progress made, we must confront the stark truth that our work is far from finished. While organizations like Arigatou International and Interfaith Alliance for Religious Communities and many others are doing incredible work, there's still so much more to be done. As we embark on this presentation, my team and I will explore how to promote safety for future generations, on how to implement safety in the context of children, communities, and government. We will present our actionable steps discussed to protect children from harm, be it physical, emotional, or digital. I'll now yield to Yazan to start off the presentation. Thank you and welcome.
Hello. Number one, it's important for children to help each other. But what? But how? By following the rules to save us and avoid risks. And in the end, teamwork and care can keep everyone safe.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Zaid from Jordan, and I will be talking about how can children react when they feel danger. All kids under the legal age are urged to report to a trusted adult if any abnormal or unpleasant action happens towards them at any time, at any place. If an adult is not present at the time, it is preferred that children call the police in case of an extremely abusive event. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Jessica. El tema del cual estamos hablando es cómo un niño se puede sentir seguro. Un niño puede sentirse seguro en su comunidad o entorno cuando se cumplen ciertas normas. Un ambiente físico seguro, relaciones positivas, apoyo emocional. El niño puede reconocer el peligro a través de prácticas de educación, experiencia, educación sobre seguridad, identificar señales de peligro. Entonces, cuando se presenta alguna situación de peligro, papá, mamá, ¿dónde estabas tú cuando este pequeño te suplicaba ayuda? El mundo está rodeado de peligro, pero son nuestros padres quienes están encargados de brindarnos seguridad y enseñanzas acerca de cómo identificar el peligro. Muchas gracias.
皆さんおはようございます。私は子どもたちが安心できるようになるには、子どもたち自身はどのようにしたらいいのか考えました。それは子どもたちは知らない人に名前、住所、学校、電話番号などの個人情報を聞かれても答えないようにすることです。また、インターネットで知り合った子が同性と言っていても、それは信用ができるか分かりません。異性の可能性もあります。性的被害に巻き込まれてしまうかもしれません。なので、むやみに住所を教えたり、自分の写真を送ったりしないことが大事だと思いました。そして、子ども会議で教えてもらったことがあります。1+1は1と、一人一人みんな同じ人間なのだから、みんな一つの家族だということです。なので、危険と感じた場合や怪しいと感じた場合には、どんな状況でも親や教師などの信用できる大人に相談し、助けを求めることが必要だと思いました。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Konnichiwa, marhaba, hola, hello, and namaste, everyone. I
stand before you today as a proud representative of GNRC, and I am Arab. I'm here to summarize what my friends told. So, children, they can stay safe by knowing some basic self-defenses, by knowing emergency contacts, and by staying away from strangers, bad peoples, and we can encourage children for open verbal communications, and yeah, and by children they can follow body rule system. So this is a system in which a group of friends, they make a partner called buddy who helps them and they help their buddy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel, and I'm giving the first point on communities. So here we encourage more seminars and forums like this one that will focus on creating awareness and education on child rights, and also the parents' behavior towards the children, and the smallest action that will bring a large impact on children. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sanchit, and I'm from Sri Lanka. And I'm going to be discussing the topic promotion of specialized counselors in schools and community centers. Well, what can counselors do? Well, specialized counselors can provide essential support in academics, mental health, and career planning. They help address challenges like stress and anxiety, and they reduce behavioral issues and create a safe space and supportive environment where students can thrive. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. This is Madhivan Nailakyan from Sri Lanka. Now I'll come to my point. Use of apps that track the child's location and activities online. Workshops can educate families on tracking apps and online safety. Recommending trusted apps with features like geofacing. Ensuring ethical use, open conversation and involving children build trust and respect. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rakan Maya from Palestine, and I will be talking about government's role in keeping children safe. Governments can really make an impact towards keeping control of an area. This means, though many of us countless of ideas towards safety, we lack the hold of power in our hands, making it harder to walk our talk. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Qais from Jordan. I think government should ensure that places where children are often present should follow safety and security measures like public parks and schools. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abigail, and I'll be talking about how the government can include laws into the safety of children. They could further stop child abuse, whether it is physical abuse, emotional abuse, or the neglect of the child, through firm legislation, having initiated a more prompt investigation, and also setting up units dedicated to such cases. Public awareness ads, mandatory reporting, and networks that support victims may all help safeguard and support plans work out. Adding longer prison sentences when a crime that harms children is an example on how the government can act on it. If these points are not being met, it risks, or worse, corrupts the safety and dignity of children and exposes them to the negative side of the world. It does not depend on how serious the crime is. It is the fact, the matter on how it affects the child alone. Now I'm going to leave you off with a speech concluding our points.
Every 7 minutes, a child is abused, bullied, or assaulted. Every 7 minutes, a child's innocence is lost. And yet, the laws, systems, and communities that should support us are failing us. Esteemed delegates, decision makers, and respected leaders, we're here today not just as children, but as voices for millions who suffer in silence. Children who are too scared to speak, ignored, or forgotten. You tell us we're the future, but we're not just the future, we're the present. We're here now, living, growing, and contributing to the society. Yet we're also the ones facing violence, fear, and harm. We cannot thrive if we don't feel safe. We need you to protect us. Not tomorrow, not someday, but today. Stronger protections are not just a necessity, they're a call for action to every system, every community, and every individual. We must all come together to ensure no child is left unprotected, unheard, or unseen. Safety cannot wait. Protecting children is not only a responsibility, it's a foundation for any society that claims to value its future. And now I leave you off to reflect on the words of Gandhi. The true measures of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Thank you.
Weren't they just incredible? Let's have another round of applause for all those children. Amazing. And also for the work that GNRC and the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities do, and all of the other organizations that are working for the safety and well-being of children, because this is only a few days of getting together, but I think the hard work goes into their daily lives of the organizations that are working to advocate and protect the children, to advocate for and protect the children today. It's now my distinct honor to introduce my friend and the United Nations Secretary General's Special Representative on Violence Against Women, what did I say, women? I'm so sorry, that's an area I work on a lot. Okay, I'll start over. My distinct honor to introduce the United Nations Secretary General's Special Representative on Violence Against Children, Dr. Najat Malam Nasheed, to give her keynote address on building a safe world with children.
Thank you so much. I know that there is an intersectionality between violence against women and violence against children. So it's very difficult really to speak after children because I think they already told what has to be told. Excellencies, dear friends, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, dear children, I would like first to thank the convener, Arigatou International, and the whole Alliance for Safer Community for creating this space for multi-stakeholders and intergenerational dialogue on safe, secure, and sustainable world for and with children. A timely and crucial dialogue as highlighted by the children, as we are commemorating the 35th anniversary of the Convention on the Rights of the Children. A timely and crucial dialogue as we are far, very far from fulfilling the promise we made to end all forms of violence against all children, leaving no one behind by 2030. A timely and crucial dialogue also because building a safe world is possible, is still possible. And we all have a role to play. As highlighted during the Global Ministerial Conference on Ending Violence Against Children held 2 weeks ago in Bogota, Colombia, where high-level delegation and faith-based religious organizations were attending and come together from 120 countries to identify bold and innovative solutions to put an end to this pandemic. This forum is crucial and timely as the urgency for investing in children's protection and mental well-being is more relevant than ever. In all my engagements with children, and we heard it today, they stress that protection and mental well-being are among their top priorities. Dear participants, it is with a deep sense of responsibility and urgency that I join you today to discuss an issue that strikes at the very core of our humanity, building a safe world for and with children. Yet, as highlighted by the children, the world today is not safe for children at all. Millions of children are left behind. Millions of children are forgotten. Millions of children are invisible due to multiple overlapping and interconnected crises, including conflicts, political instability, economic hardships, climate change, food insecurity, and forced displacement, among others. Globally, 1 in 4 children is living in severe child food poverty worldwide, and 1 in 5 is living in or fleeing from conflict zones. 1 billion children are at extremely high risk of being affected by climate change. Violence against children has reached unprecedented levels. Millions of children worldwide are victims today of physical, sexual, and violence and psychological violence, both online and offline, including child labor, child marriage, female genital mutilation, gender-based violence, trafficking, bullying, and cyberbullying, among many others. No country is immune, no child is immune. The data that we have on the prevalence of violence against children are alarming. Every 4 minutes, somewhere in the world, a child is killed by an act of violence. Every 4 minutes. About 90 million children alive today have experienced sexual violence. A girl is married every 30 seconds in countries with high child marriage rates. 2/3 of children globally regularly endure violent punishment by caregivers at home. 246 million children experience violence in and around schools. And as technology evolves, isn't it, Dana? The risks of children face are amplified as we see from the increase in AI-generated child sexual abuse materials seen online. But we know that even these figures are alarming. They are still underestimated. Violence continues to be underreported and under-prosecuted. Impunity of criminals and perpetrators is widespread. The impact of violence against children is devastating and long-lasting. Children, families, and societies pay a huge price. The economic cost of violence against children is immense. Annual cost of violence against children can be up to 6 times higher than the annual government expenditure on health. Dear participants, out of the many issues that hinders safety of children, 3 thematic areas are provided to frame today's discussion: the digital world, mental health, and the role of families and communities. I hope that my remarks will set the stage for deeper dialogue in the breakout session and spark ideas for action. Let's start with the digital world. Children make up at least 1 in 3 internet users worldwide. Despite the digital divide, children and young people are the most connected age group across all regions and at younger age. While the digital environment offers many opportunities for children, it exposes them also to diverse forms of violence and harm. This includes online sexual exploitation and abuse, Around 300 million children have been affected by online child sexual exploitation and abuse over the past 12 months. 50% of children worldwide report cyberbullying. 7,200% increase in reported cases of financial sexual extortion targeting children. Online grooming has increased with social gaming environments. But violence online includes also promotion of suicide and self-harm, radicalization and hate speech, fake news, trafficking and smuggling, recruitment into criminal, armed or violent extremist groups, privacy violation, fraud, and identity theft. Only a small minority of child victims seek help or advice. 1 in 3 children did not disclose online sexual exploitation to anyone. Half said that they don't know where to go. Only 3% of victims called a helpline or reached the police. The impact of online violence on dignity, physical integrity, development, and mental health of children is both devastating and long-lasting, whether they are victims or exposed to violence online. There is an urgent need to guarantee the protection of children from harm in the digital environment. Legislation and regulation take time to enact, while risks to children in the digital world emerge quickly and spread rapidly. Hence, the ICT industry has a special responsibility. Purely voluntary approaches are insufficient. Child safety and child privacy by design, child rights due diligence and regulatory frameworks compliant with child rights standards are needed more than ever. And I hope that the recently adopted Global Digital Compact will keep in achieving that. This takes to another area of concern, mental health. Psychological distress and poor mental health impact children, young people, and their caregivers across the world. These past few years have shed light on the gravity of the mental health crisis exacerbated by multiple ongoing crises, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the conflicts, natural disaster, climate change, food insecurity, forced displacement, poverty, increased violence, as well as increased exposure to social media and the internet. Children who are lived in humanitarian and fragile settings, as well as those from marginalized groups who are at higher risk of discrimination, are also at higher risk for mental health issues. Exposure to stress, to crisis and violence causes both immediate and long-term psychological damage. This includes depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, borderline personality, anxiety, sleep and eating disorder, and suicide. And I want to highlight stigma that is surrounding mental health that blocks children from seeking help. We know from consultation with children that they feel the rejection, misunderstanding, and discrimination associated with stigma. Globally, it is estimated that more than 1 in 7 adolescents aged from 10 to 19 is living with a diagnosed mental disorder, and every 11 minutes, an adolescent dies by suicide. Every 11 minutes. In addition to the human cost, the economic cost of mental illness is significant and can reach up to $393 billion per year. But despite the serious cost of inaction and wide prevalence, mental health services are suffering from underinvestment. Countries spend, on average, only 2% of their national health budget and only 1% of the overseas development assistance related to health and mental health. There is, again, an urgent need to invest more in mental health and well-being of children that includes support for parents and caregivers and address compounding factors such as poverty, gender and social norms, humanitarian crisis, and disabilities. Let's end with the vital role of families and communities. Families and communities play a critical role in fostering a protective, secure, and nurturing environment for children, and children highlighted very well. They provide a safe environment for children, which creates a strong sense of belonging and healthy self-esteem. When caregivers, family members, and community systems are unable to provide children with nurturing and supportive care, children can experience severe stress and psychosocial deprivation, which can have long-term effects on health, learning, and behavior. It is why involving, supporting, empowering families, caregivers, and community is crucial, and mainly in times of crisis. Religious communities, because we are here with various religious leaders, play a significant role, as they are often the first responders in times of crisis, utilizing their extensive network to support children, caregivers, and families in need. Despite challenges, communities provide space for gathering and reflection for children and their families on important matters they face. They contribute to create a protective, safe, nurturing, and caring environment for children through empowerment of the families. While the child safeguarding concerns within the religious communities have been increasingly addressed in the recent year, more needs to be done, as highlighted by Kuhn in the beginning. The continued misuse of religious, cultural, and traditional beliefs to justify harmful practices must end. By harnessing their moral and cultural leadership, religious and traditional leaders can strengthen, promote protective social norms around children, raising awareness and mobilizing local communities, including the family. These are the foundation of the resilience needed in time of global shocks, but not only a time of increased hate speech, increased radicalization, and increased pushback on children's rights. Dear participants, I would like to conclude by reiterating how involving, listening, and engaging children is crucial. Intergenerational solidarity is not an option, it is a must. Getting children more involved helps them to develop self-esteem, as well as provides them with opportunity to enrich their knowledge and skills. Their participation will also help nurture their trust in institutions. This is very important. I am very pleased to have listened to children, to have met children, and to see children on board. You know, dear children and young people, I am always, when I am despair, inspired by your courage. And it's time to all of us that we emulate this courage and fulfill the promise we made to build a safe, peaceful, secure, and sustainable world for children by 2030, leaving no one behind. Children are calling, but they told that they are waiting for respuesta, for answering. And answering is not only blah, blah, blah. Answering is acting no, delivering no, because we have to be accountable on what we are promising. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Najat, for that sobering message and for the tireless work you do in reporting on the gravity of the situation and the problems around the world related to violence against women and children. Dear friends, Najat has told us of the gravity of the situation. The prevention work is ours, and silence and inaction are also violence against children. So now I'm going to introduce an interactive panel discussion on building a safe world with children. This is an intergenerational panel, and the two moderators are His Eminence Emmanuel Adamakis, Ecumenical Patriarch, Elder Metropolitan of Chalcedon, and Chair of the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities. His co-moderator is Mr. Brian King, founder and CEO of Matata na Sharia Initiative and youth lead of GNRC, Kenya. Welcome, gentlemen. And now I invite the panelists to join the moderators. If the panelists could come to the stage. One of the panelists is on his or her way. So we are going to begin with the discussion and the panelists will join us.
Right. Thank you so much. And hello, everyone, and welcome to the intergenerational dialogue on building a safe planet for children. My name is Brian King, and I will be one of your moderators for today. I will invite my co-moderator to go ahead.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you especially to you, the representatives of the youth of the world, for hosting us today. And it's a great pleasure. And this panel is yours, and this forum is yours, first of all. But I'm particularly grateful to be at this forum, the GNRC, together with Arigatou Foundation and also our Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities. And I was a little bit worried of how this would happen and we come at this moment. But being in other meetings, I think that Arigatou brings the wisdom. And we as Interfaith Alliance, we are based on faith and hope. Faith and hope for a better world of tomorrow. And this is why we are hopeful that with the difficulties that we are facing, what we've heard just earlier from the UN representative, we have so many challenges ahead of us. We are very grateful to our UAE gracious host and to His Highness Sheikh Saif, Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Interior, for the possibility of what we seek to achieve globally. In this nation, we see how intentional policies of tolerance, technological innovation, and interfaith dialogue can create spaces where different faiths and cultures not only coexist, but thrive together. And I think we are here this time to witness that and to listen to our panelists.
All right, thank you so much, His Eminence, Mr. Emmanuel. Now, for today's dialogue, we have an extremely amazing panel built on young people our elders, faith leaders, representatives from across the world, all right? And since our final member has joined us, I am going to introduce them really quickly so that we get on the amazing conversation. All right, the first person I'm going to introduce is our child representative, Amila.
Hi, everyone.
Reverend Dr. Fidon Mombeki, the General Secretary of All Africa Conference of Churches. Dr. Vinya Arya Ratni, the President of the Sarvodaya Shramadana Movement of Sri Lanka. And finally, Her Excellency, Madam Reem Al-Falasi, the Secretary General of the UAE Supreme Council of Motherhood and Childhood. Not finally, I forgot a very important member of our panel, Ms. Andrea Kaufman, the Director of External Engagement for Faith Development at World Vision. All right, to give you guys some context, the panelists will explore the multifaceted impacts of online threats on children, emphasizing on the critical role of education and family in ensuring online safety, with special attention on the need to protect children from the growing threats posed by the online world and even artificial intelligence. All right, to start us off, I am going to invite Amila, the child representative, to take us through what is your collective understanding or definition of safety during the pre-forum. And I'm going to invite you to share a bit more around your work on safety, as well as what we the children, you the children, covered around safety in the pre-forum.
Thank you, Brian, for introducing me. So, happiness is getting a phone call from your loved ones. Ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, I am calling you on safety. Every child is safe in their mother's hands, in a smile of other, in a prayer of all of us. I am calling you on dignity, dignity of every letter spoken, every spoken word of child experience. Every letter is coming to you by your eyes, by your ears, I hope without tears. Look around yourself. We live in a digital world, place where all hearts of the children can be broken, but also touched by idea to change a common communities, where their mental health can be safe, where their hearts can be pure and their mind magnificent. My name is Amila, and I am a part of life-changing story in Bosnia and Herzegovina, a heart of Europe. My heart is beating so fast of happiness when I am volunteering in the Women's Association for Inter-Religion Dialogue, intergenerational. My heart is beating so fast of happiness when I am volunteering in the Women's Association for Inter-Religion Dialogue in Family and Community, Mosaic, Bosnia and Herzegovina. There, with the support of religious leaders and of course GNRC and Arigatou International, we are doing many activities and organizations and talking about children on topic safety of the children in digital world, their mental health and creative workshops. Our focus is child who can live a safer interreligious community. So on that behalf, we are organizing LT workshops, visit to religious institutions, workshops on ending prejudice and stereotypes. We are also celebrating main international days such as DPAC, IDEP, and DPC. During the year, we touch hearts for more than 1,000 children. Ladies and gentlemen,
okay, all right, let us appreciate Amila. I know she has a lot more to share. She has a lot more to share, and she's going to do so as we continue with the panel, right? Yeah.
Yes, we have Reverend Mombeki, who comes from Africa, with bright future in that continent. And we would like to hear from you how the religious communities all over Africa can better support families in protecting children. What is your experience and what do you bring to us?
Thank you very much. It's true, I come from Africa. The All Africa Conference of Churches, which I'm delighted to serve as General Secretary, has members in 43 African countries. And one of my responsibilities to visit those churches, which means those countries. And to be honest, when I looked at the theme, I have been wondering whether if we talk about safety or to help parents to assist them to be safe in digital space, I am not so sure in how many countries this could be a topic in most of our churches. Because Africa has a lot of children, and we are getting a lot more every year. But most of these children are not secure, are not safe, are not sustainable. They are not living sustainable life. Because number one is poverty. When you look at how much parents must work in order to put food at the table of their children, and therefore how many children must start working, even stopping going to school, how many children are dropping out of school. In many countries, I was told some of the big countries with many children, millions are dropping out of school because of lack of political will and lack of proper distribution of the national income. I think the most important issues we need to solve in Africa, the first one is that poverty. As long as there is this crippling poverty, the most vulnerable are the children. As the special representative of the UN Secretary General has said. And the second one, where we need as religious leaders of all faiths to work together, is these African harmful traditions, which unfortunately, together with these modern religions, they continue really posing a lot of insecurity and lack of safety to many children without their choice. I'm talking about things like female genital mutilation, which in some countries they don't hear about it. But I was in 2 countries this year, in western part of Africa, where there were citywide celebration. They call it calling out, where these children of 13 years and below have undergone female genital mutilation. And you have political support at the highest level of the country and religious support. And I think this is scandalous, and we must work to really protect children against these harmful practices by involving religious leaders. Maybe I'll stop there for now, but when we are talking about digital space, how many children in Africa have access to a cell phone, leave alone a smartphone? They are struggling to go to school. They are struggling to get appropriate food. So this becomes probably not a priority discussion, but which must be had anyway because it's coming.
All right. Some interesting reflection there, and inviting everyone to just realize, even amongst ourselves, that the conversation on like online safety and digital safety is a conversation that has not only started, but as Reverend Mbeki just cleverly put it right now, is something that is coming. It's good for us to prepare in advance. We are lucky enough to be at a moment where we are able to not just react, but actually be proactive, in designing the safety mechanisms that are going to be used in the right? I'm gonna go to Dr. Vinay. Now I want to ask you to draw on your role as a past president of the Sri Lanka Medical Association. I want you to shed light on how intergenerational dialogues like this sort of ours can just help shape holistic approaches to children's health and safety, especially when shaping online threats, reflecting on that this time we are not just looking at health and safety from the physical perspective, but also from the physical world perspective, but also in the digital world.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. And I will share my experience from my own country's perspective, Sri Lanka, and as a person who has been working for more than 3-4 decades at grassroots level and also at the national level. So to answer your question, how holistic well-being can be promoted, particularly in a situation where we are living in a world which is very much influenced by information communication technology. When we were children, I mean, we belong to the older generation, the only communication channels that we had access to was the radio. Even the television came after we became adults. And also, when you look at the society itself provided a protection from exploitation of any form. There are exceptions. There are certain cultural traits which continue to this day, where children are subjected to all kinds of abuse and violence, but by and large, the society protected the children. So when you look at the society that we are growing now, of course, as it was mentioned earlier, the access to information communication technology in terms of access to mobile phones, to smartphones, to internet and so on may differ. We all accept the fact that it has a very significant impact in our societies now. Particularly if you look at the country that I come from, there is very severe online abuse of children, which has led to major violence against children. And we as a social development organization, a social movement, we are working towards primary prevention of online violence against children. At the same time, unfortunately, those who get subjected to these violence and then become victims, we are also involved in rehabilitation. So we look at the evidence, what is there in terms of how this happens, what are the dynamics. So we see that there are the same way that when a child is growing up, you refer to the physical environment. Of course, the physical environment, the natural environment, now we refer to a cyber environment, cyberspace also. So the child's mind is affected by what the child hears, what the child sees, what the child experiences through this media. And even now, with the kind of AI-generated abuse that is happening now, even a child's identity is stolen. Somebody can pretend that that child's information can be taken. You can have a messaging that can really be targeted to particular children for a purpose that they will then use later for money or whatever other purpose. So what we had done is that we look at what are the risks in the environment. So of course the regulatory frameworks, all that need to be there. But how to empower a child from the very beginning, as the child grows up. We had sex education in our curriculum, but there was huge resistance from the religious community. They said this is against our culture. So it could not proceed beyond a certain extent. But now people have realized that the threat posed through internet and social media are so important. So we are having not just awareness programs for children, but also to families, parents, because the answer is not getting the child not to use the phone, but how can you use the information communication technology in a safe way. And that those techniques are being introduced in the school curriculum now, and also as an external development organization, we are working very closely with the Ministry of Education and having thousands of programs which are very practical, starting with privacy. And a very important element that comes from our spiritual orientation is that how to use information technology in an ethical way. We call it IT Yahamaga. Yahamaga means maga or marga is the path. Yaha is with values. So how do you use that with values? So using internet and social media based on ethics and values is the starting point, and then you equip with the skills to do that, then the technical part comes later. So this model has worked, and complemented by education in the community, to the families, how they can also direct these children, and then of course the other regulatory and technical solutions that can prevent children from accessing these risky sort of websites to whatever. That's how we proceed.
Then maybe allow me a follow-up question. Just building on your unique perspective as an actual health practitioner, what is the role? Because I just pulled up some data, and according to a survey done in up to how many countries? 34 countries, 34 African countries. There is internet penetration, as in 86% of the total male population are able to access devices, as compared to 77% of the total population of children. And I imagine these statistics reflect all across the world. What is the role of doctors and medical practitioners in caring for and ensuring these on just taking care of children's safety and health when they're online? What is the role of medical practitioners?
Well, very good question. But the thing is, honestly, the medical doctors alone can't do much, because the doctors or the health community, medical care community, are called upon once it has already happened. When a child is a victim of rape or incest, only the doctors come. And but how it happens is through relationships that are being built through internet, social media, and the child goes. But there is an important part for medical and health workers, that is really they have the trust of the community. So the messages that they give are listened to very seriously by communities and parents. So use every opportunity. That's what we are doing in the clinics, in maternal and child health clinics. Then there are clinics for young women, and now we are extending to, because our traditional model has been only for maternal health, not young women, and you need to provide the services to young men as well. So in those clinic setups, those medical setups, we can use that space also to give the messaging, and that is quite effective, and that's the role that they can do. Then finally, looking at the patterns of abuse. Now, our problem is that we don't base our decisions on evidence. There is evidence, these children and these are the vulnerable groups, and we will say, no, we can't talk anything about sexuality openly. So the doctors can really give legitimacy to open up the discussions about the importance and the relevance of having that information given to children at a younger age, which is from say like age 10 to 10 up. That is very important. So definitely the doctors can play a much bigger role, I mean, including the other medical staff.
All right, thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much and we come back to this country, and it's a pleasure for all of us to have Your Excellency, Rima Falassi, Secretary General of the Supreme Council for Motherhood and Childhood in the United Arab Emirates. And how do you think that the Supreme Council can contribute to all these questions that are related to the protection of the children?
First of all, I'd like to thank the GNRC, the Interfaith Alliance, and Arigatou for organizing this beautiful event. We've been working on this for years, I'd say. And it just makes me so happy to see this happening today. And it's such an honor to be here on this panel and seeing children not only take part, but even as speakers here with us. So going back to your question, sir, in the council, we truly believe in child participation, and it has been there since the very beginning. So whenever we have a project we're working on that is related to children, we make sure that we have children as part of the process in a focus group, and listening to them is very much important. In 2018, we tried to formalize the process. or if I may say, normalize the process, normalize having children in boardrooms with decision makers. So what happened, we established with the directions of Her Highness Sheikha Fatma bint Mubarak, the Children's Advisory Council. And as you know, we have 7 emirates here, so we do have a representative from each emirate. And we also have 2 members of children with disabilities, a boy and a girl. And we also make sure that we have gender balance in this council. So what happens is we usually meet up regularly with them, like in a monthly basis. We discuss the topics that concerns them, and they come up with the best ideas, to be honest. And lately we have sat with our friends at the Ministry of Interior, the Child Protection Unit, and they shared their plans, the child protection policy to the children, the advisory council. And what was beautiful is it was an eye-opening exercise where, because children look at things differently, not like us. So this was, and as usual, it's always been like a beautiful exercise, to have them engaged and committed. And just so you know, and some of the participants here may be aware that we have children's parliament in the UAE. So, and they have been participating in the last few days as well. And the idea of, hi, Ahmed, if you may stand up, he is the chair of the Children's Parliament in the United Arab Emirates. So the idea of having a children's parliament in the UAE came from the Children's Advisory Council, by the way. They met with the person in charge of the Federal National Council, which is the Emirati, the adults parliament here in the UAE, and they just brought up the idea of having, children participating from across UAE. So what happened is that we had the Children's Parliament was born, and as you can see, they're here participating with us. And a lot of things that we're looking into comes from their participation. For example, we do have the bullying prevention program in schools. This is a program we started in collaboration with UNICEF. And I think it's the first of its kind in the region as well. So a lot of it comes from the children's participation. They would go, we trained them at first with the UNICEF team, and they would go into schools and educate their friends there in schools, and we trained the administration as well. So a lot of this come from the children themselves and their participation. And
Thank you, Your Excellency.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I have to note that Her Excellency has been so involved even in the pre-forum. I remember, I think I've seen you there every day. Like every day we had the pre-forum.
I enjoyed my time, to be honest.
It was an awesome pre-forum. You guys should have attended. Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna proceed on to the awesome Miss Andrea Kaufman, the Director of External Engagement for Faith Development in World Vision. I want to ask you something, building on your work on strategy, all right? And Andrea, from your strategic development expertise, what critical strategies do you believe must be prioritized by international organizations to combat the rising threats to children's safety, both online and offline?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think the first thing is not going to be a surprise because we've heard it over and over again. It's just the importance of listening to children. Listening to children's experience, listening to children both assessing the problems and the challenges they face, but also providing us solutions. I think it's been alluded to by many on the panel already and earlier in the day that often children have more innovative, closer to the problem solutions than we may come up with as adults. So listening to children. A second strategy is to set increasingly diverse tables to be having these conversations. That means intergenerational dialogues, like we're having interreligious, many different stakeholders, governments, multilateral organizations, corporations, and NGOs, faith-based organizations, all kind of coming together to understand the problems that our children face as they're explaining them to us. And innovating and collaborating, dialoguing about how to build a better world for and with children. And then as part of that is the idea of building evidence around what works. I think oftentimes there's a lot of focus these days on evidence-based practice, and I think we've had some great opportunities. I look around the room and think about collaborations we've had with Arigatou, for example, on the Spiritual Nurture of Children Toolkit for ending violence against children, working with academics and partners again from across different groups and stakeholders to establish and understand what really works. And then ultimately, we need to communicate those stories of hope. I think we live in a world where there's a lot of statistics and a lot of statistics that can really challenge us, and even you see leading people and entire communities into despair. And I think as people of faith, as communities of faith, we have the opportunity to tell credible stories of hope. As we look across, as we dialogue together, and as we increasingly build evidence and an understanding stories of what works, how to protect children, how to prevent violence, how to listen to and be led by children, I think is really a great opportunity that we have.
That is amazing. That is amazing. And I love the fact that we are always coming back to storytelling and its power. I am a storyteller myself, and that is why whenever I hear, even as we're building evidence and gathering data, ultimately it just goes out to how do we communicate this data to people? And we can only do this through storytelling. At least the best way to do this is via storytelling. Now, I am gonna go back to Reverend Mumbeki, and I want to ask you something around ethics and technology. And to ask you, considering the different challenges that technology can bring ethically, the ethical considerations, what guidance would you offer to families and to communities to balance technological advancement with moral and spiritual values that, safeguard children's well-being?
Actually, last week in Kenya, we had a conversation at the university, which was about the nexus between faith, science, and technology. And one of the things I was saying is technology brings a lot of possibilities, of the things which we never thought could be, even we could not even imagine. Thinking of people trying to even freeze people before they die so that they can see if they can revive them later, which brings all kinds of theological and ethical questions. You can think of pre-implantation diagnostics, where parents and doctors must say, oh, probably this embryo will have a child with a disability. Should they tell the parents? Should they not? If they tell, should they kill it? Should they actually allow it to live? And what does that say about other people? So the point is, faith, all faiths, must be the barometer of science and technology. It's not enough to say this thing is possible. Not everything which is possible is appropriate. There are so many things which will be possible, but will not be appropriate in our common life together as communities and as families. Therefore, direct to your question, I think faith must guide because of the ethical and moral foundations, as long as they are I don't know, even because that is also a controversial, what is ethical and what is not. But in either case, ethics, which is based on the faith, must guide the decisions we make on how we use technology. And this we must pass on even to our own children. That something is possible technologically doesn't make it right. Therefore, it is the duty of religious leaders to have these ethical conversations also with the children and in families to make sure even if some technologies are available, that does not mean they are appropriate or we must use them.
All right. I really, really appreciate that. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it's right.
No.
I think that is really important.
May I go back to Vinya in Sri Lanka? according to your experience, how can we really integrate cultural sensitivity with child protection? What is the cultural aspect?
So if you look at the perspective from our own experience being a multi-religious country, but drawing more from the Buddhist experience, because the larger majority of people living in my country are Buddhists, but we are blessed with having communities who belong to Christian, Catholic, Islam, and Hindu traditions as well. So it's not something new, but it has been already practiced in every culture, every faith tradition. There are teachings about children, how children should be raised. And it's within that value system that we bring up children. But we know that when countries go through certain crises, now our country went through a civil war for 26 years. So the family that we are talking about, father, mother, the children, or the extended family, is not always the case for thousands of families who have experienced war. There is no father, mother, only the mother may be there, only the father may be there. So how does the faith address that? Faith may be, all the teachings may be centered around the sanctity of life and family and all that. How do you deal with trauma? A country which has subjected to so much of violence. So, but we have found, again, going back to the doctrines and the teachings, to find teachings that are very relevant to that context. And you will be amazed that how certain things which are the challenges that the modern society face now, some solutions can be found which can be then articulated by religious leaders themselves. So I'll give you an example. In the 1980s, when HIV/AIDS was becoming a public health issue, we could not even approach the religious leaders to discuss anything related to sexuality and the connection between sexual behavior and the risk of HIV/AIDS. But what we did was we looked at the teachings related to sex and sexuality within our own Buddhist teachings, and found that certain teachings of Buddha have related to some things which are very scientific. So it is also very much in line with the current public health thinking. So what we did was we got a group of scholars together, and then including clergy, and then we discussed and then came up with a module to train Buddhist monks on HIV/AIDS, not just so that they can, in their normal religious sermons of preachers, they can touch on these aspects. So it was done in a culturally sensitive and a compatible way. So I think we have to be quite smart, those of us who work with different religious communities, to find the teachings and doctrine which are very relevant to the current problems, and even about communication and all that. Maybe the means of communication has changed, but the challenges with regard to communicating a message when the public opinion is something different because of culture, you can't talk openly about certain issues, can be addressed. So it has to be done in a very careful way, but you try to, as much as possible, rely on the teachings that can support you, also with scientific evidence. I think that way we can really make a change in the public opinion, and as a result, you can enhance the public acceptance, which comes from, as you asked me, from the medical community. Okay, now I think this should be the way for the society to move forward.
Thank you very much.
I love that. I love that. And I just want to build on that and go to Amila. Amila, we're talking about all the different things that adults can do to take care of children and to make sure the online space is safe for your children. But what is the role of children in making sure that the online space is safe, not just for everyone else, but even for you yourself?
So in the past 3 days of pre-forum that us children had, we were talking about how to be and how to stay safe. So how to ensure that every kid, no matter of their nationality, their gender, their ethnicity, can have a safe environment and space to grow up, develop, and develop their ideas on how to fix and make communities better. So I think that's it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And maybe just an even follow-up question. How important, I think we like to work on assumptions, but Amila, how important is the internet really, is the digital world really to you too?
The digital world is very important. We were talking about digital world a lot on our pre-forum. It can be a very dangerous space for children. They have access to a lot of things that they shouldn't have access to, and that can really have an impact on their growing up and just how they act towards this world and what kind of persons will they be when they grow up. So there is the good side of digital world. It can really help us find information about world, help us become smarter, but honestly there are also bad sides of digital world, as children becoming persons who they shouldn't be, because as us children we're very pure souls, not very influenced by the world because we are so young still, and definitely having access to all those bad things that are going around the internet can really have an impact.
Interesting, and I love it.
Brian, can I add something?
Absolutely.
Just, we give children biological immunization, right? We give vaccines. Why do we give vaccines? It's because we want the children to be protected from certain infectious diseases. So even if the disease exists, the child 99.9 times of the time will not be affected. So same way you need to build social immunity. You have to equip the children. You have to empower the children. That's exactly what we have been doing. So it's a child-centered approach where we can pass on not just the knowledge, but also starting from the values. Even if I can access some site which may be of violent in nature or with sexual content, you will not do that because you're not just because you can't technically access that. Then also how you see the threats that are there to you. So then you avoid the threats. It may be even privacy settings in your Facebook. We start with simple things because this simple thing is the one that will end up these children being exploited. So what I would call social immunization and building resilience of children has to be thought of by adults, because the trusted adults are sometimes also unfortunately the perpetrators.
Just appreciating the fact that we have a medical practitioner here. We need digital vaccines. If you're going to immunize children, we need to vaccinate them digitally as well. Appreciating that and just building across what Reverend Mumbeki was saying, even for the children, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. And going to you, Your Excellency, building on what Amila was talking about, the first child who spoke today told us that if children thrive, families thrive. If families thrive, communities thrive. And if communities thrive, countries thrive. Yeah? So what is the role of family exactly in making sure that children are safe when they're in the digital spaces?
So talk to you about a mental health wellness program that we started working on at the council. It's a campaign targeting children mainly. The whole purpose of it is to protect children's wellness. But however, as you know, it takes a village to raise a child. You cannot help a child without helping the whole society as well. So we took a holistic approach. We tried to raise awareness amongst the families themselves on how important, a child's mental health is. And the grandparents, the social workers at school, social workers actually everywhere. And it's really important. And men's mental health as well. We focused on that very much because, men could be siblings, the father, the husband in the family, and they have an important role in the upbringing of a child. So we looked at it in different ways, how important nutrition is for a child's health and the mental health as well. Physical activity, we ran more than 30 workshops across UAE with different topics, raising awareness about several topics like how to overcome anxiety before examination, and we broke it down to several topics. It's like service animals, for example, and pets, having pets, how it could help, a child as well. So a lot of interesting topics we were learning ourselves throughout the experience. So, and one important part that we've done as well is in collaboration with UNICEF, we've trained nearly 5,000 adults who are social workers, parents on mental health first aid, so that, they could support each other whenever needed. And we also created a program for children, mental health first aid, so that, and the first group who were trained were the Children's Parliament, the Children's Advisory Council, and school students as well. So it's very much important, to raise awareness and work on training programs and so on.
All right, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much. And we'll come back to you, Ms. Kaufman. What are successful models that World Vision has already, let's say, experienced and which can apply globally?
Yeah,
Tell us some.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I think one of the things that we often see is models that we use within World Vision. Many other organizations have very similar models. So I think of one that we use we call Celebrating Families, which is really working with parents and caregivers around understanding their own childhood experiences. It's I would say kind of looking back and understanding what seeds of goodness, seeds of grace from their own childhood, and some of the challenges that they experienced from their parents, habits they may want to break or change, reflecting on their religious scriptures and what we're called to, maybe reinterpreting scriptures that were understood in a certain way that led to violent punishment or things like that, and then an opportunity to sort of envision a new future. And that's followed up with ongoing parenting groups. So as a parent, I spend most days wondering what I'm doing. I don't know about any of you, but like, what is this? And with each new phase of, my children's lives, I'm like trying to find new peers who are experiencing similar things. And these parenting groups are so helpful for people to sort of talk through what they're experiencing with their children. I think with these increasing number of variables, there's no textbook on how to deal with the online environment with your own children, and there's increasing evidence around the challenges that it has. So that's one model. I think another approach is just meaningful children's participation across much of our work. So again, really listening to and learning from children about the challenges that they're facing in various ways, creating open and loving environments, the enabling environment, whether we're talking about being safe in homes, in communities, in schools, or online. The more open lines of communication there are with children and adults we've talked about, or peers, mechanisms for being able to report and share challenges that they're facing. I think those are a couple examples.
Thank you very much.
I know I'm personally in love with the diversity in the panel and how the conversation just keeps getting more holistic and holistic as we build it up. And I have been made aware that we might have room for some few questions, all right? For some few questions here and there. And we are almost out of time. So just in case you have a question, please be ready so that if we ask, and be ready and direct it to someone. If you ask a question, direct it to a specific person. I'm gonna go back to, I wanted to ask a question to Dr. Vinny. And I don't know where my screen has gone to. All right, sorry, here we go. Faith and protection. Just building on Sarvodaya Shrimadana movement, yeah. It has been rooted in both community development and spiritual upliftment. And how can religious communities now, moving away from like your experience as a medical practitioner now into like a spiritual leader, how can religious communities alongside public health professionals work to dismantle harmful practices affecting children, ensuring a nurturing and protective environment? This is just building up to what Reverend Mombeki told us, that a lot of cultural insensitivities, a lot of violence against children is often shrouded in culture, is often hidden in, culture and religion. So how can religious leaders and health practitioners and professionals work together?
I think this role of religious leaders in really protecting children and helping their growth in a community setting is something that they have been doing for generations, for centuries. Now the issue is that our society is very different what it has been before. So every interaction that the religious leaders have with the community, and we know in our family and community setting, when a child is born, a child is taken to the temple or the kovil or the mosque, so there is a tradition where when life starts, and even when during the pregnancy, there are certain rituals which are done in the temple or in religious with religious leaders. So these traditional practices have a bigger relevance now in promoting values. I think that's the starting point. We should not try to introduce things which are new, but of course we need to also now, for example, one thing that Sarvodaya movement is doing, interacting with young religious leaders. Now there are several generations of religious leaders, just
Yes.
like the panel here, right? So young religious leaders also grow up in a different environment, and they are also tech savvy, right? So we have training programs for young religious leaders, how they interact with modern technology and also new communication skills and so on. So that way we can bring in the importance of child protection, because there's a lot of abuse happening in our country, unfortunately, and the numbers are there. We know the reasons why it's happening. So sensitizing the religious leaders can help a lot in terms of promoting their well-being. Then also when there are crisis times, for example, we had COVID-19 and also the economic crisis. During that time, the religious institutions played a very important role in maintaining nutrition in the community. They ran community kitchens, they ran counseling sessions. So it's very important that they are prepared for even now for climate change. When there are disasters, how can religious leaders respond? So we are doing programs, Sarvodaya is doing programs in all these areas where we identify in advance the possible situations that can arise in the community where child well-being is threatened. Then we prepare them for such eventualities.
All right, thank you so much for that. We're going to appreciate that. We're going to appreciate the panel. Yes, and now before I ask one more question, we only have 5 minutes left in the panel, but I want to know, is there any question? Are there any questions? Yes, I see Dr. Najat has a question. Anyone else with any question? Yes, there's a question there from a child. I'm going to prioritize that. I'm going to take one more question, and there it is on that side. All right, we're going to start with Dr. Najat. Can somebody help out with the mic?
I promise I'm not going to take the floor because I already spoke. I just want to react to the role. I am pediatrician, and the role of health sector and this aspect of cultural sensitivity. I think it's really a key role, and I saw in many countries, and in Africa, for example, but in many countries, when religious are taking part also, within promoting all this issue related to child protection, how they are also related also to all these sexual reproductive health issues in a sensitive and approach. So I think these are really important. You highlighted it very well. I think it's really important how we can deal. The other point that you highlighted regarding children, and the problem of internet. And I think we have to be very careful regarding what we cannot put all the things on the shoulder of children and parents. Yes, they need to be empowered. Yes, they need to be informed. Yes, I think it's important, and here we come back to the communities and the parents, parents and the religious need to be duly informed, educated on how also to strengthen the critical thinking, the positive behavior, and most importantly, building dialogue. And you highlighted as parents, it's not an easy, it's this balance between dialogue and trust. I just want to highlight this.
All right, appreciating that critical reflection by Dr. Nolda. There's a question there by a child. Yes, let's go to the question there. All right.
So my question is, what's the relationship between a safe and secure environment and the mental well-being?
All right, what is the relation between a safe and a secure environment and mental well-being? That is a beautiful question. And who did you want to ask it to?
To Reem.
All right, awesome, awesome. Reem, go ahead.
Thank you, Sheikha, for your question. So you're asking what is the link between, or what's the relationship between a healthy environment and a healthy mind?
Yes.
Okay, if you are healthy and if you are aware, and you will be able to face anything. You will be able and will have the confidence to face any sort of dangers that you might face or any challenge. So this is why mental health is very much important, and this is why awareness is very much important for children. Yes.
All right.
I answered your question.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Let us appreciate that. And just to point out that your mental well-being also comes from, a safe and secure environment. All right, and finally, there's the last question there.
Yeah, thank you. My question is directed to the religious leaders sitting there, especially the chairman of All African Conference of Churches. I agree with you as a religious leader that religion is a very powerful tool and an asset in ending violence against children. But increasingly, we've seen some religious leaders, or in the name of religion, violence being justified. Give an example of Kenya. 400 people were misled through religion to commit suicide by starving. Out of the 400, 134 were children. How do we help the children distinguish between genuine religious teachings and corrupted religious teachings? Thank you.
Right, a very deep question right there. And it even goes to what we started the forum with as well. Violence hidden in religious beliefs. Reverend, please take the floor.
One of the programs we have been running at the All Africa Conference of Churches is called How to Address Misleading Teachings or Misleading Theologies, because we have sadly witnessed how some leaders use the power of faith to actually perpetrate violence, not only violence, but also extortion, financial extortion, which sometimes lead to death. In the name of healing, in the name of this and this and this, prayer for this and this and this, which is absolutely baseless, absolutely irrational, and definitely not based on sound religious teaching. So that is one of the things which we, in our own churches, we are trying to address, to raise the awareness about the will of God for people, whether they are of your faith or not, where we say our dictum is we are respecting the image of God and dignity in every human being, be a child or anybody else. So I totally agree with you. It is very sad to witness that people can use religion and their religious position to not only mislead, but also to violate the rights and the dignity of the people they are leading. It's sad, and we must work to actually also address it among ourselves.
All right, thank you so much. Let us appreciate it. Now, that does mark the end of the intriguing conversation today around... Sorry?
The one last question.
We are
really
extremely out of time, so I will give you 30 seconds. 30 seconds to give us a...
So you mentioned that lots of cultures, lots of countries are very dependent on religion.
what hazards would you set to prevent people from, or to prevent children from being harmed by religious leaders who think that religion should be the basis of everything?
Who do you address the question to?
Anyone is fine.
Rim, you want to take that for the next 30 seconds?
What hazards would you set to protect children from extremists or extreme people or extreme religious leaders who want to who try to harm the children? What hazards would you set?
So again, awareness is very much important, as we all know. Peace is at the heart of all religions, and extremism has nothing to do with religion. So if a child understands and is well aware about this, I think, sorry, so I think this would help, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I was saying, we're talking about religion. So as I said, peace is at the heart of all religions, and we do understand that. And extremism is far away from anything that has to do with religion. So if a child is aware about this, I think, and has it as a basis of everyone's life, if we have this, I think then we will have peace and we'll be able to overcome everything in life. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for that question. And that question has stretched out our minutes to its last possible place. I will invite everyone to appreciate this amazing panel as we finally conclude. Thank you so much, everyone. That was amazing.
Thank you again, and thank you to the excellent moderators and the speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was just one conversation. We encourage you to continue having these conversations when we go home, and to listen to children and involve them in discussing the problems, but also the solutions. I have a number of announcements now. We are going to break for lunch. We invite you to join us on either side. But before that, I want to tell you about the rest of the day. We will have after lunch at 2:30, we are going to have 4 breakout sessions, which you'll read about in the program. I'm sure everyone's downloaded the program from the QR code here. 3 of the sessions are going to be upstairs. So when you make a right from this side of the room and take the stairs, you will follow the signs that will direct you to the labeled breakout sessions. The 3 sessions upstairs will not have translation, interpretation. The only session, Group C, which is meeting in this room, will have interpretation. So to select your preferred breakout session, whether it's on the dignity of the child in a digital world, the role of families in ensuring safe space for children, or pathways to build resilience and strengthen mental health in the face of global shocks, these 3 will be upstairs. And session 3C, which is collaborative communities, interfaith and intrafaith dialogue, will take place in this room. Tomorrow, there's going to be a visit to the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. If you'd like to go to the mosque, which is a really beautiful mosque, please sign up at the registration desk before 2 o'clock today. So have lunch, sign up for the visit to the mosque, and then proceed to the breakout rooms. After the breakouts, we will have a 30-minute break, and this will be followed by regional meetings from 4 till 5 o'clock. And then tonight, we will be delighted to welcome you all to a dinner which is hosted by Arigatou International, which will be at 7 p.m. And there'll be a special kabuki performance, which is a Japanese performing art. So I'm really looking forward to that. So enjoy your lunch. Lunch is on either side.